What's up, everyone? It's about 2 o'clock p.m. here in sunny Los Angeles. We are here back in the universe of Elite Dangerous. And, as it says here on the little card, we are hunting for nebulas in the void. Which means we're going to go for some deep space exploration today. Which means we're going to be hitting the Friendship Drive a whole bunch of times. And hopefully we'll see some cool stuff. So without any further ado, let's jump into the ship. What's going on? We are here looking at I bought a new ship. I am in now a Crate Mark II, which is what I had started off the series, I think, in. And then I eventually ended up moving to the Anaconda. But the Anaconda is kind of outfitted for, and honestly, the Anaconda is probably a better ship to do deep space exploration in. It's got a little slightly longer jump range by like 2 light years or 3 light years. I got this one engineered up to, let's see, 5 light years, I think, or 25 light years. Where's the ship? Yeah, I had a really crazy week last week. I thought I had erased my game by accident. And this is for any person playing this game. First off, let me say, sorry about the whole week last week. Last week, I was meaning to just take Saturday and Sunday off. But then I ended up getting, like, sick Sunday night. So from Sunday to like Wednesday, I was sick, and then Wednesday I started feeling better. But then I was farming out some stuff for engineering, and when I was farming, when you farm stuff for the engineering stuff for your ships, you don't have to necessarily do it the way that you're supposed to do it. You can go to Dav's Hope and just continually spam yourself in to Dav's Hope, because you get like 20 different or 10 different things, 10 different like modules, or the manufactured stuff, and then you get a bunch of like data stuff at the very end. Like, if there's a whole loop where you pick up 10 thingamabobbers, and then you at the very end you scan this data point, and you get data for it. And as long as you do the loop, you do everything, and then you stop there, you jump out of your game, reload your game, everything will respawn, so you can continually do that loop over and over again for hours, and get a whole bunch of stuff for engineering. Like, for example, I've got a whole, if you look at my inventory, I've got a whole, well, at least I had a whole bunch of stuff for it. I used it all because I've got 2 ships now that are fully engineered, so I used up a bunch of the stuff that I had gathered. But you can spam all of the manufactured stuff. And then there's another site, there's a crashed Anaconda on another planet that you can farm all the minerals from, or at least like 5 or 6, they're like 4 or 5 really high value minerals that you can farm. And then there's another spot where you can farm data stuff, and you just, like I said, you go into these areas, you pick up all the stuff once, then once you've picked everything up, you just jump out of your game and then reload it, and all the stuff spawns back up, so you can go and collect it all. But every now and then, and all of this, by the way, you do this all inside the SRV, there are some spots while you're farming, and I'm convinced it's because you're jumping in and out of the game a bunch, so if you do it too fast, sometimes it'll screw the game up. Well, what happened was I was farming the minerals, and I think I was jumping in and out too fast from spawning the stuff and then jumping out and then reloading the game, doing it again. I was doing it so fast that at one point I got stuck. My SRV got stuck, and I could not for the life of me get it out. So what I did was I self-destructed the SRV in the hopes that I would spawn back in my ship. And I did, but I spawned back up in my ship in space, and then it wouldn't let me land back on the planet. So, and it was saying that I didn't have the Horizons update, which is easier to deal with when you're on the PC, because on the PC, you've got a few options on how to jump out of the game, whereas the console version is you don't have many options. Like in the PC version, you can actually load back up into the game in non-Horizons mode, then jump back out of it and then load back into it, and usually it fixes the problem. You can't do that on the console. So what happened was I got locked out of landing on any planets for like a day, and that was on Wednesday. And then I spent most of the day trying to fix that. And then I finally found something on the Frontier website where you could unlink your account, which I absolutely do not recommend anyone ever unlink your account. Do not ever unlink your Frontier and your PC and your PlayStation 4 account. Because what happens is when you unlink your account, you are telling Frontier you don't want to play the game anymore. So what happens is when you unlink your account, they erase your game. And as someone who came over from the PC and has already erased one game, luckily, I was maintained all my stuff. But having the game get erased completely and having to start back over from scratch would have really, really sucked. Luckily, and I'm going to tell everyone this, and I'm going to continue to repeat this. One thing you should always have for this game, and this is for when I've had it on the PC, this is for when I've had it on the PlayStation, is the one thing that you always want to make certain that you have a copy of is right down here in the very bottom left-hand corner. You see Elite Dangerous Fleet Carriers Update Patch 9. And then right next to it, you have FID B3. That's my Frontier ID, right? You always want to keep a copy of that Frontier ID number, because if you don't have a copy of that number and you do what I did, then your game is completely lost. Like it makes it so much harder for them to retrieve your game. As long as you have a copy of that FID, then you should be all good. But what happened was, after I unlinked my account and I couldn't get Horizons to load up, I ended up having to wipe out my whole PlayStation. And I wiped out everything on my PlayStation, reinitialized it back to stock. Luckily, I'd backed it up. But I wiped everything on my PlayStation. So for like 2 or 3 days, it must have been 2 or 3 days, I was off of my PlayStation because I was reloading games, seeing if they worked, or seeing if this one worked actually, and it didn't work, so I'd have to unload it. I did 2 things. First of all, I made sure I went back to one of the old streams, made sure I had my FID. And this is the one thing I will also say about Frontier. Frontier is super fast about getting back to you about anything that you have problems with. So they are amazing. Those people are like miracle workers. They're some of the best publisher support that I've ever had. So if you ever have problems with your game, definitely make sure to contact Frontier. But for my specific problem, for anything that you think you're gonna have your game erased for, make sure you have your FID, because if you don't have your FID, you're screwed. But luckily I had that, and they were able to after like 2 or 3 days, they were able to redo my game, and luckily I didn't lose anything, which was super, super cool. But anyhow, yeah, that was a big ordeal. And I was going to start streaming again tomorrow, but yesterday. But it was the Super Bowl yesterday, so I was just like, I forget, I'll just do it today. Anyhow, we're back. Let's jump back in the game. Hopefully my... Oh, you know, I'm gonna have to replot my route. But we're in the crate now. We've got a new crate. The crate has been fully engineered, just like the Anaconda. I have quite a few things done to it. Let's see. Let's go look in Starport Services. I did quite a few things to the crate. The crate I have set up as kind of a half-assed exploration ship, but kind of a full-fledged. I don't want to say it's like a PvP ship, but it's basically kind of a a system enforcer. I've got full guns on it. We won't be doing any mining in the crate, which is what I had it doing way back when I started doing this on the PlayStation, which really wasn't really fair for the crate. I mean, I can't say that it's fair for the Anaconda, but the Anaconda definitely has way more of a capacity for hauling a bunch of crap, whereas the crate doesn't have that much room on the inside. It's really kind of a limited ship on the inside. I mean, you can load it up. It's not that you can't. It actually is a really good mining ship. It's just, the crate's such a cool looking ship. It should be kind of like a, black market. Hey, what's up, Chris? How you doing? Yeah, I was sick. And then I destroyed my PlayStation. But then I had to rebuild my PlayStation, and everything is hokey-dory now. After 3 days of going back and forth with Frontier, and trying to get my game working again, and trying to get the PlayStation working again. But anyhow, yeah, I've got the old crate is now set up kind of as a black market smuggler attack ship, I guess. I also outfitted it with I wasn't bad. It was just I got a little sick. I took Sunday and Monday, or Saturday and Sunday off, and then Sunday night I was feeling like crap. That lasted until like Wednesday, and then Wednesday is when I destroyed my PlayStation. And from Wednesday till like Thursday or Friday is when I finally got the PlayStation kind of restored and back up and running. So that wasn't really anything to worry about. I probably should have told people, but I didn't. But anyhow, I've got let's see. We've got We've got 2 heatsink launchers on this thing. Just because I noticed when I get into combat, I always get hit with like thermal attacks, so I like to throw out the heat sinks just to cool the ship back down. Kill warrant scanner for killing people. Just looking for those kill warrants. And the frame shift wake scanner just for collecting data for weird wakes and stuff. Let's see, hard points. We've got 3 multi-cannons. One set up for... Are they all rapid fire? I think these 2 are rapid fire with thermal spread, which will tear through people's shields. And then this one I think is set up for something else. I can't remember what it's set up for. But it's got incendiary rounds, and there's 2 frag cannons. One's on incendiary rounds and rapid fire. Or no, I think both of them are set up for double shot or something like that. I can't remember what I set up with the frag cannons as, but they will tear ships apart. they will tear through anything. They basically melt people's shields. Just fantastic. And they're gimbaled too, which makes it really it makes it a lot easier using these things. I probably should go to the regular straight shot, but whatever. And all of these are engineered. What do we do with the internals? We've got a lightweight, reflective, military grade composite hardware or composite armor, I think. I can't remember what I did with my power plant, but that's been modified too. Same with the thrusters, same with the frameships drive. Pretty much nothing has been life support, but who cares? If I can't make it back to the spaceport in 5 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes, then that's my fault. And then the internals, I've got this thing set up for 6A shield generator, which has been modified as well. 6A fuel scoop, which is pretty awesome because it just sucks sun's power. I can't for some reason get rid of this 5E cargo rack, but I don't care. You know, it allows me to hold limpets, which are cool. And then I put this first class cabin and this business class passenger cabin in here. I don't know why, just because I wanted to fill the spots. Maybe at some point in time, I'll fill this. I'll put people on the ship. I don't know. I'll take some passengers. Who knows? And then the 3D hull reinforcement package, which has been, I think it's heavy duty. This is heavy duty, and then I did some other, I can't remember what the experimental is on this one. And then the controller limpet, and your basic planetary vehicle hangar, and your SRV, Scarab SRV. Detailed surface scanner, I've got that modified so that the probes are way bigger. We'll probe a larger area, and your standard planetary approach suite. The purpose of the ship is, like I said, kind of law enforcement, but then maybe also transporting goods and people. And it's got a pretty long jump range. It'll be good for collecting stuffs for engineering, and general exploration. She's fast. She's maneuverable. She gets in and out of the mail slot fast, which was kind of a pain in the ass in the Anaconda, but I got used to it. But yeah, I mean, the ship's set up pretty well. But we're gonna send her on her first real long journey. We are here. Oh, good, it saved it. We are way up here. We are way up here in the bubble, and I'm gonna take a trip out of the bubble. Let's see, we are way the hell out here. We are over here, where we're gonna take the crate named the Carrie Fisher because she's kick-ass, and she's shaped kind of like the Millennium Falcon, so I decided to call her the Carrie Fisher. We're gonna take the Carrie Fisher all the way down to the Witch Head Nebula. This could be a really tricky proposition, because I'm not sure how many fuel suns are on the way. So at some point I'm gonna have to look to make sure that there's a fuel sun on this route somewhere, because the last I looked there are lots of red dwarfs which I cannot fuel from, and that is going to make the trip a real pain in the ass if that's the case. It's gonna be a long journey. I believe it's 44 jumps. Maybe we'll be able to do it in one stream. It depends on how much exploration needs to be done. This has all been spawned by yesterday. I was flying around, and I've got this new whole thing about exploring, how I explore. I don't have a new iconoclast, Chris. I don't fly around econo people. I only fly around people that pay money, which is first class in business. But what was I saying? This is gonna be a long trip, but I've been doing something where when I jump into a system, as I'm fuel scooping, I, like usual, boom the system, but then I actually fly out, see if I've already been in that system, and then map it if I can, just so I make the money. I mean, it's like $2 or $3 million if I hit the right systems. Last night I cashed in like a $6 million, and I only went through like 6 systems. I cashed on $6 million worth of like cartographic information, which is pretty dope. And along with that is I actually found a system no one else has found in the bubble, which is absolutely amazing. I got the accolade for being the first and only person that's mapped that system, and then has also mapped a couple of the planets in that system, which is super dope. But that's kind of spawned like this whole thing where I want to go on this trek and try to put my name on other systems, because the game holds on to that, and every time someone scans that system now, it'll say first scanned by Kaboom operator. I don't even remember what system it was. But it was pretty cool, so we are going to try to repeat that. I don't think many people have gone out to the Witch Heads Nebula. I don't know how popular the Witch Heads Nebula is. I know they just made it possible. I think they just put a station out there, from what I've read. But I understand that it's not a really explored area of this game. So out of the 400, I think, what is the 400 billion stars that you can go to in this game, hopefully we'll run into 1 or 2 that have not been mapped yet. So this is kind of exciting. So let's should probably put the landing gear up. Let's take the Carrie Fisher out for her
flight assist off.
Her maiden voyage out into the nothingness. This is kind of her maiden voyage. She hasn't really been flown too much. I just named her last night. The only flying she's been doing has been in between engineer garages to did we jump? Oh no, we didn't. Why didn't we jump? We jumped into what's it called? We jumped into super cruise. We did not jump into
frameshift drive charging.
Hyperdrive. How are you guys doing? Good? I'm hoping everyone's doing good. Still kind of feeling a little sick. But the show must go on, right?
4, 3, 2,
1. Take this baby out. Gotta make sure we scoop fuel at every given point, because, like I said, we do not know.
Fuel scooping complete.
We do not know when and where. I've never been in this system before. Have I? Ooh. There's a planet we should go. We should go map that planet out. Whenever you do these explorations, not that anyone is really interested in exploration. A lot of people that play this game either want to blow stuff up or make a lot of money. But when you do exploration, you should always always map out ammonia worlds, worlds with life on them, and worlds that have water on them, because those will be the high dollar planets and the high dollar points of interest that other people in other systems would be interested in. And to do that, there is a way to do this. Granted, I do have a modified planetary scanner or detailed surface scanner on this ship. The basis is pretty much the same for scanning a planet. Just you kind of want to approach it, obviously the right distance and the right speed. We are at the right distance. See how my surface scanner just turned blue? That means I am now at the right speed and the right distance to use it. I don't know if anyone's used this before. Maybe we should go over the whole layout of this thing. I've got mine set to this one's set to L2. But anyhow, if you look over on the right, you have probes, infinity, and then efficiency target. And this says 7 probes, which means that to efficiently scan this planet, I should only have to use 7 probes. If you can do it within the efficiency target or below it, you actually get a bonus when you hand in for your cartographics. For the system, you'll get a bonus for efficiency target whenever you scan a planet. So what I do with this is I shoot one in the middle first, then I wait for this little bar to show up in the middle of my crosshairs, shoot another one. That will mean that it will shoot to the other side of the planet. And I should be able to put 5 into this guy, and that should be enough. Gas giants are probably the worst, and those are the ones that usually end up having life on them, are gas giants, which I find very weird.
Surface scanned by 50%.
But see, by this point I've already had it scanned by 50%, and by the time this last one hits, should be 100%. Ooh, no. I must have missed one thing on the other side. There must have been a spot on the other side that's just big. Usually that will get the whole thing, but maybe this planet's just a tiny bit bigger. Let's see. Yeah, this one's a tiny bit bigger. So we'll shoot that out there like that. And that should get it. That should get it. Boom.
Surface scan complete.
And I got my efficiency target bonus, which usually ends up being like $1 million or something like that. That'll make this system, which was probably like, you know, $1 million system, into like a $2 million system, maybe, possibly. I don't know. All I know is that the planets that I scanned efficiently, I usually end up getting like a huge bonus for. So some of these systems have had like 3 planets that I've scanned in it. I think that's why I made so much money off of that one cell yesterday of all my cartographic stuff, was that I had like 2 or 3 water systems in there, with like 3 planets each. Which was craziness.
4, 3, 2,
1. Wondering how many jumps it's going to take me to get out of the bubble.
fuel scooping.
been along this way before, because
Scooping complete.
normally it tells me there's quite a bit in this system. Use your system filters also when you're navigating, guys. System filter or your navigation filter is your best friend. So it just makes it so much easier to go through all this. The orange whale, what is that? Into conflict zone. Nah, that's alright. Let's see what type of planets are in the system here. Got a high metal, kind of rocky ice world. Icy bodies. Yeah. Nothing really interesting. Let's keep on going.
Frameshift drive charging.
We'll take the Anaconda the other way. We're gonna give the old Sigourney Weaver a break.
3, 2, 1.
Sigourney Weaver's been doing her bid for God and Country for the past couple of weeks. We'll let her take a little break from flying around. Whoa. Tool system.
Fuel scooping. System scan complete. Fuel scoop disengaged.
Make sure we get as much fuel as we can. We'll skimp on fuel.
Fuel scooping. Fuel scooping complete.
There might be a point in this trip where we might not have the opportunity to fuel up. Oh, look at that! We can already start seeing the nebula in front of us, and that's still like a clear 30 jumps away. Probably 40 jumps away.
Ready to engage.
Makes me wonder if that nebula is going to just get brighter and brighter as we get closer to it. It's going to be pretty cool. I've never been to any of these nebulas before. Here comes our first red star.
System scan complete.
Let's see what else is here. We'll just leave it on points of interest for now. Not much in the system at all. Hmm. 40 jumps.
Frameshift drive
Which actually goes by pretty fast in this ship. This is when it's going to start getting a little sketchy, I think. Is
3, 2, 1.
we might have to lower our jump range from 25 down to economical. Because we're going to start running into a lot of red stars here. And the last thing I want to do is run out of juice. Then I have to call fuel rats to come and save me. Yeah, you can already you can already kind of see the nebula ahead of us. Been really good at scanning for planets too. Hopefully we'll run into a system that no one else has been in yet. Like I said, I'm not sure how popular this nebula we're going to is. It's pretty far out of the bubble. I don't think it's in the bubble anymore. I think I'm going outside of the bubble.
System scan complete.
At this point. There wasn't really much of anything in this system. So let's jump
Frameshift drive charging.
Let's jump to the next system.
Drive charging.
Hopefully the next sun we can fuel off of. We're already starting to look pretty slim on the fuel.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Another red sun. Alright, we might have to adjust. Have to adjust our routing here. After we map this system, we're gonna have to take a look at where our next jump is gonna take us. I wish you could tell your computer that you have a fuel scoop on the ship so that it would plan a route according to the equipment that you have on the ship, like a fuel scoop. Just not in the system, it looks like. A bunch of icy bodies.
System scan complete.
Looks like someone's already come this way. Let's look at the galaxy map here. Where's our next jump? Our next jump is... a red star. It looks like it's gonna be a red star. Wondering if I should jump off here. There's a yellow star right there that I could go to. And then put myself back onto course to the Witch Head Nebula. Yeah, you know, that might be a smarter course to take. Let's go there first.
Frameshift drive charging.
Hopefully we can fuel off the star. Hopefully we can fuel off this star. Oh, it looks like a white star, but usually you can fuel off of these stars. We're already at half tank.
Fuel scooping.
Sit here and soak up some sun rays here. And just chill out underneath the sun, the sun here.
Fuel scooping complete.
All right. Okay, move out. Get far enough away from the star, and we'll map the system. The Brazilian League of Pilots apparently owns the system. Let's hope they're better pilots than they are drivers. I know quite a few things about driving against Brazilians on a racetrack. Ooh, Waterworld bingo. Let's go ahead and tag that world. Oh, we got some money. A signal of some sort. There's a planet there, though. There's something in orbit there. Oh, that's that little planet. Let's see what else is there. We had a gas giant. Oh, that's because we got quite a system of satellites here. High metal content world. Another high metal content world. Wow. Oh, this little planet's got a whole bunch of satellites, man. Lots of high metal content worlds. Icy body. Icy body.
System scan complete.
Alright. We got one water planet we should go and take care of. HIP 296829 BCD1. Not a very not a very not a name that really goes off the tongue very well. Wow, it's a long trip. 74,000 light seconds out there. So we'll be traveling here for a little while here. This will take around 5 minutes or so, 6 minutes. Oh, it's a dual star system. See. It's weird. I don't know how many times that happens in the galaxy or in the universe. I guess I. Hey, what's up, Crabster? Who's to say the galaxy's a big place, right? The universe is a big place. There are probably plenty of systems that have 2 stars. This star is pretty far away from the other stars, so I would imagine one orbits the other. I guess. I don't know when the game does that. When the game gives you 2 stars in one system, I'm not sure if it's 2 stars that are really close to each other. But it's just so weird that 2 stars would be this close to each other. But then you have the 2 stars that are really, really close to each other, which, like, they're like literally next door. I think that last system we were in, the 2 stars were right, like literally right next to each other. Weird. But the game is accurate. I mean, it's as accurate as it can be for about the universe or the galaxy, the Milky Way. And now they try to whatever has been mapped is in the game, so that's a good question though, is what percentage of the game. There are 400 billion procedurally generated stars that you can visit in this game. How accurately are all those placed? And I wonder how they programmed all those planets. I mean, if it's 400 billion planets, or 400 billion stars, then not including the planets, just the stars, that's a lot of systems to program in. Maybe there are like 1,000 programmers at Frontier that just sit in one room and program planets all day. And then when Horizons comes out, well, apparently it will get another 200 billion or 400 billion stars to visit that we can make landfall on, which is going to be awesome. It's going to be awesome to finally be able to get out of the ship and, like, walk around. I mean, we can get out of the ship and drive around. But it'd be kind of cool to walk around in your Oh, you'll also be able to walk around in your ship too. I wonder if you're going to be able to put your ship into autopilot and then use one of your turrets. That'd be kind of cool. Or get your pilot to fly your ship while you man the multi-cannons or whatever multi-crew module you have, because that's an option for your guns. Is if I guess you can get multi-crew gimbaled multi-cannon or gun or whatever, and someone on your crew can operate that. This is the one thing I really, really love about the crate, and I really miss about it, which is something that you don't get in the Anaconda, is this, definitely don't get this above view, which is super helpful when you're trying to do a planetary scan. And then this is clutch for, like, landing. Oh my god, it's so much easier to see stuff in this ship. Not that I don't like the Sigourney Weaver. The Anaconda has been an amazing ship. I mean, it's made me $700 million, and it's done its fair share of exploration and mining and farming for engineer stuff, and helping me unlock all 5 million of my engineers that I have unlocked. I still have a bunch of them to work on though, but I've got all of these guys unlocked now. I still got a whole bunch of other ones to unlock, but I at least have these ones unlocked now. Ooh, she's new. I need to go visit her. Marsha Hicks. But finally got my Explorer rank up to Ranger. I'm hoping after this trip it'll go up to Elite. That's another reason I'm doing this trip, is I want to get that. I am now a more accomplished... I might be a more accomplished explorer than I am a trader at this point. I think. I wish it would give me value, like point value. All it gives me are the wings. And I think I have more wings on the Ranger. Do I? I don't know. Either way. I mean, I could easily go mine some stuff to get my tycoon, my trade rank up. But I would kind of want to work on the explorer thing. I'm kind of over grinding right now. I've been grinding for all of this mining stuff for the past couple of days. So I'm kind of done doing the whole mining thing. Or grinding thing for a bit. Kind of want to just fly around and see what the game has to offer. And I know this will be the longest trip I've ever taken in this game. To make room for all my modules, I got rid of my Super Cruise Assist, which makes it a little bit more of a pain in the ass when you do planetary approaches or mass object approaches. But I think I kind of have it figured out. As long as you keep the throttle 2 clicks below what it says to be at, you should be fine. I've gotten really accustomed to flying without my flight assist off, especially for combat. Some probes at this water world. This doesn't look like a water world. 7 probes.
Surface scanned by 50%. Surface scan
Very
complete.
nice. Yeah, that's the water world. That's some ugly looking water on that planet. Oh, that's right. Okay, so now we have to... remap here because... It's going to make this journey kind of see how many red stars I'm surrounded by. The closer I get to this nebula, the harder it's going to be to fuel. We got quite a ways to go. Okay, so it is. That's not that direction. It's this direction. There we go. It's down. I can set this to economical route, which I probably should do. It would probably be smarter to do it that way. I'm not that smart though. This is gonna be a tough trip. This is gonna be a really tough trip. I mean, for now, I'm gonna set my endpoint to this star. Oh, come on. You know what? I'm gonna set. That's not going to work either. I could do a jet cone boost, but I haven't done one of those successfully yet, so... Why did it let me plot this route before? Plot this before. Why won't you let me plot it now? Huh, weird. There. You let me plot around there. Nope. It's so weird. How about there? How about to there? Nope. There. It'll let me plot to here. No. Where am I right now? Alright, I'm about to just work my way down. I'm gonna have to do this star by star. I'm not sure what the best way to go about this is. What is the best way to do this? Doesn't make any sense. Do this. No, won't let me go there either. Dealing with the map can be kind of a pain in the ass sometimes. That's where I am. Want to continue going downward, I think. Let's just continue going this way.
Frameshift drive charging.
Let's continue going this way.
4, 3, 2, 1. System scan complete. Fuel scooping. Fuel scooping complete.
I want to continue going down. Can we make it to there? Sure.
Frameshift drive charging.
Big system.
Fuel scooping complete.
You guys have a nav beacon? Yeah. Let's go hit that nav beacon real quick. So we can... A system this big is going to usually have a bunch of signals. We're going to have to kind of sift through as well. Hitting up the nav beacon will make sifting through all those a little easier. This is another actually excellent example of when not to use flight assist is if you want to hit these things real fast and bump in and out, just enough to get the peek at the system. Overshooting these things. That is when the super cruise assist comes in handy. It's approaching objects like this. Get in here. But having flight assist off to scan this means that you can always keep your nose kind of tipped to this and still continue to go in the forward motion. Just to get a scan and then out.
Frameshift drive charging. 4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
Just enough to fly by the nav beacon to see what's going on in the system. There are 26 celestial bodies and probably a million signals. This looks like a pretty busy system here. We're still well within the bubble here. It's an interesting looking planet. Should probably hit some of these encoded emissions just to pick up stuff. But like I said, I've been hitting the what's it, Dav's Hope or whatever it's called, for all of my manufactured materials. But you know, it wouldn't hurt. I actually kind of like flying into the all the encoded emissions things and picking all this stuff up. It's kind of fun. Since I'm not an Anaconda, though, the one huge disadvantage is that I'm not carrying as many limpets in the old crate here. I carry Fisher. It's a high metal content worlds. They all look the same too. Gas dry, so do we have a gas dry? Bet you're gonna run into high content metal world. Another one here. Yo, what's up, Jared? Just shaking, my friend. Took a little unexpected break last week. Got a little sick on well, I took Saturday and Sunday off, but I got a little sick on Monday and Tuesday, and then I accidentally destroyed my PlayStation on Wednesday. So I had to reformat everything and start my PlayStation over again. And this game was glitching, so I was having problems. I had to talk to support for this game, and they had to reestablish my account because I did something stupid to it. But yeah, that was the whole week. That was the whole week. I'm feeling a little better. Throat's still kind of scratchy. Ooh, what do you got? 2.4%. How do I make a planetary landing there? That doesn't look like a very interesting planet to land on, though. I don't know. We'll see. Come to appreciate planetary landings and approaches and driving around in the old SRV. Yeah, I had to take it was nice. It was nice to be being away from the PlayStation for a little bit, because I've been playing the PlayStation pretty much straight for the past like 2 months or 3 months. So it was nice to not play the PlayStation for a little bit. Granted, I was sick and having to reformat the PlayStation. And otherwise, it wasn't too bad. No, it was really, it was kind of nice. It was kind of nice not being, you know, not having to play with the PlayStation. But we're gonna be, season apparently starts on the 27th. So, I guess the week of, like, the 22nd or something. Around the 22nd or whatever, we're gonna start doing practice lobbies again, I guess. I don't know. They haven't announced what the season's gonna be. It's another exhibition season. Ooh, 4 hours. Ooh, that's a wow. That's a long race. At Paul Ricard? Wow. Wow. Yeah, see, I could never do a 4-hour race with sticks. God, I wish I had thought about that when I bought, before I bought the set of course. Like, it's a game about endurance racing. You're gonna have to do endurance racing at some point. Yeah, I couldn't do 4 hours on sticks. Wow. That's a commitment, man. That's a full stint. Yeah, they better announce that the season soon. But you know, once again, it's an exhibition season. When are they going to actually have a real season?
System scan complete.
A lot of people were jumping ship. A lot of people were going, you know, the iRacing route or trying to do Assetto Corsa. I don't know, man. Gran Turismo, man. Is there anything we want to hit here? No points of interest, huh? Collective Communication Network doesn't sound very exciting. Landfall planets. I didn't see anything that looked particularly cool to land on. There are a bunch of planets that we can land on, but nothing that really struck my fancy. Alright, so we have to continue plodding downwards here. God, this is gonna be a pain. If I have to manually... God, this is gonna take forever. Holy smokes. I'm still trying to get down there. So how far can I can jump 20 light years. Or 25 light years. Is that out of my range? Maybe if I plot something down here first. I do kind of want to go through this Sinuefi system here. We'll name that as our endpoint. Because I think that's still going in the direction that we want to go in. There is no direction in space, what am I saying? Yeah. that's where we want to go. Because we eventually want to end up on the same galactic plane as the Witch Head Nebula. Where did it go? California Nebula. I mean, you could probably hit that one too. I think the Witch Head, though, is further down, is it? Oh, no, it's right there. So what if I plot a course down here first? Can I plot a course here? Any of these yellow stars will do. Oh well, whatever. We're plotted 6 jumps down. Okay, so we'll worry about it when we get there. I'm just I'm scared about running out of gas. This is gonna be a really, really long trip. I think by the time we might be outside of the bubble by the time we get out there. We're definitely in territory I've never been in before.
Fuel scooping.
It's exciting now.
Disengaged.
Oh, it takes forever to get places in this game. I mean, they tried to... It's a one-to-one representation of what has been mapped in the known galaxy.
Fuel scooping.
And they tried to keep, you know, all of the astronomical units the same as much as they could. But, yeah, it's big. It's 400 billion points of interest that you can hit. That's a lot of stars. It makes me wonder, out of 400 billion, what percentage of the map that is. Running into a lot of high content metal worlds here. This is I think this might be the one avenue of making money that we have not hit yet. In this little tour of Elite Dangerous we've been taking in between seasons. But you can make money off exploration. You just have to do it. You have to do what I'm doing. You have to go and discover systems, and you have to do this. You have to map. And then, you know, it kind of behooves you to do some landings here and there, and do some actual planetary scans. I've noticed that you make a considerable more amount of money the more planets you map, and regardless if they are water or ammonia planets, or planets with life on them, you do make a little bit more money. Especially if you hit that efficiency bonus for scanning map surface or planet surfaces. Asteroid belt there. You know, what makes this a kind of easier, I know a lot of people don't like doing this, but because they can't find the planets, but if you think about how planets in our solar system work, you know, you have a planet and then it has its moons, and that's the same with these planets in these systems. Usually you'll have a gas giant that'll have, like, 10 moons. Or 5 moons, or whatever.
System scan complete.
The gas giants will generally have, a bunch of moons. Whereas the inner planets usually only have, like, 1 or 2 moons. Your standard solar system configuration. If you would want to call it that. With as many variations that are out there in the galaxy, I'm sure they're something that's more standard than our current configuration. Actually, the configuration of our solar system is pretty unique, so.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Unique enough that we have life in this solar system. I would imagine the makeup of our solar system is probably pretty unique.
Fuel scooping.
There's some freaky systems out there.
Fuel scooping complete.
And we still haven't even fully figured out our own solar system. There still might be Planet X out there doing its, 2,000 year cycle around the sun? Is that Planet X? It's like 2,000 years or 10,000 years or something. It's circled around the sun if it actually exists. The Thundar the Barbarian world. That would be kind of cool, though, if we did have a sister planet that was on like a 10,000 year orbit around our solar system. That'd be kind of cool. Highly unlikely, but it'd be kind of cool. No, there's no way that we're the only form of life out there. I don't believe in all of the UFO sightings or alien abduction stories, but I do believe that we are not the only form of life in the universe. That would be an awful waste of space. As who was it? What was that in Contact? That movie Contact? Small moves, Ellie. Small moves. For those that don't know more about this whole planet scanning thing, you have resources up in the left-hand side and then features. When you have geological features, I usually let it scan all of the geological features first before I navigate away from this window where, like, this has 21. I'll show you. There'll probably be another planet here that'll have. Yep, here you go. See how it's scanning? I usually let it refine its scan before I navigate away. Also, if I want to, possibly land on any of these planets, I'd like to know how many geological signals there are on the planet. And you know what? We'll do a landing on one of these planets. I'll show you something that I've found. Which I didn't know about before, but there's a whole other menu here. If you go over here into your codex, the codex has all your stats and stuff. Number of ships of owned, single highest ward, blah blah blah, so on and so forth, and more stats here. And these are the stats for your individual thingamajiggers. Right. Wow, I'd have $4 million payout for maps. That tells you how much you can make. Like, I made $36 million from exploration, and that's just me dicking around. You know, Ooh, my total hyperspace distance is 14,334 light years. Wow. I've visited 927 systems so far. That's probably nothing compared to people that have been playing this for a ton of time. But there is this whole discoveries area. And you have astronomical bodies, which I don't... It looks like I've ticked off most of these. Yeah, I've not seen a black hole yet. But there's another thing. Ooh, there's... Look at this. I haven't even seen some of these planets yet, either. Terrestrial planets. Yeah, I've not run into all of these yet. I think maybe I have. But there are biological and geological things that you can scan with your actual ship. If you go to the geological signals on the planets, that's usually where you're going to get the most stuff. If you're going to mine stuff, engineer stuff from the planet, a planet that has minerals and stuff on it, usually it probably would be better to go to the planets that have geological events. That's where you're going to find the most of all that stuff. So we continue to scan the system, and maybe we'll land on a planet if it's interesting enough looking. And I'll show you what I mean about scanning stuff like geysers and junk. But you get points for it. You get like a good chunk of points for it. I think the first time I discovered a water geyser was like $50,000 or something like that, which is kind of, you know, small. At least for the amount of money that I have in my bank account, it's kind of small peanuts. But I mean, for people that are starting out, you know, it's if you've just got your Sidewinder and you're flying around and you want to make money. You don't need anything for exploration. You can honestly strip your ship of all of its guns, go completely bare, and just have a Sidewinder that's made just for exploration. And, you know, make yourself some money. There's actually something called the Road to Riches, which is a way to make money. It's a guide on how to make money just doing exploration between a couple different points. I did it once. You do make a lot of money off of it if you do it right. Basically, it's you kind of tell the app where you are, and it'll give you a whole like roadmap of planets that you want or systems that you want to hit. And usually there's systems that have water-based planets, or planets like this with a gas giant with ammonia-based life. I'm going to hit that one and scan that one. And those are your money makers. Those are the ones that will bring in tons of money. At least relatively, you know. Yeah. Are you talking about trying to get mine minerals, Crabster? Yeah, if you can go to the planets that have just geological... Here, I'll show you. I was hoping to land on a planet with like a cool cavern or something. See, like this planet has volcanism, silicate vapor geysers, and resources, sulfur. It's got a lot of sulfur, zirconium, worth a lot of money, and technetium. Well, not a lot of money, but I'm not sure if you've done any of your engineering stuff. But the easiest way to gather stuff for your engineering junk is to find... That's a whole other... Ugh, I didn't want to talk about it. That's a whole other grind. But there's a way of gathering stuff that is of high value, and then going to there are materials traders that you can go to, and data traders, and mineral traders that you can go to at starports, where you can trade what you've already collected for other stuff that you might need in order to upgrade your ships. And that's what I've been doing. Instead of just gathering all the stuff piecemeal, I've been gathering a lot of the stuff, then going to the traders and refining what I have down to stuff that I actually need. It's a tough game to get into. We'll land on this planet. We'll land on this planet and do some driving around. COL 285 sector, DFQ. We'll just remember it as the planet that has... Ooh, it's got a good amount of zirconium. And then there are ways to cheat around, and that's what I've been kind of doing. It's not really a cheat, it's kind of I've been farming materials for my engineering stuff for my ship. Yeah, it is kind of cheating. Basically, I've been going to sites that are known to spawn up materials, and high-level materials, and high-level minerals, and high-level data thingamajiggers. And I've been just basically spamming them. So what I do is I do the run, pick up all the stuff, jump out of my game, then restart my game, and all the stuff will spawn up once you restart the game, and you can go around and collect it again. And rinse and repeat. Keep on doing that over and over again. I usually do for like 2 or 3 hours. And then I go find myself a materials trader or whatever trader, and I trade up or trade down. It depends on what materials and what data I need and whatever I need in order to do the engineering on my ship. It really is all based off of that. It makes trying to hunt the stuff around the galaxy way easier, but it becomes a grind at that point. It's not really very fun. It's kind of stuff that is better done off stream. I'd rather not do a stream on how to farm stuff because it's really, really boring. It's super repetitive, and basically I do it just because I'm too lazy to go out here and do it the real way, which is to go out and explore and, pick all the stuff up like the game, intends you to do. It's just far easier to do it the other way. Let's put it this way, neither one of my ships probably would be at the point where they are now without doing the spamming. I could do it without the spamming. It's just way faster this way. I mean, I've got both my ships completely engineered at this point. At least to the degree where all the engineers that I have are all at level 5, and that's a lot of engineers. But exploration's a good way to start off, especially if you are having problems landing your ship and having problems with, kind of starting up and familiarizing yourself with the game. Because it really doesn't require a whole lot of I don't want to say skill. It doesn't require a whole hell of a lot of input. That's probably a better way of putting it. It's basically you flying around and scanning systems and doing what I'm doing, and using the FSS, and then finding planets like this one that has life on it and going up and scanning it with the detailed surface scanner. And we've done enough mining on these episodes that it's... I didn't want to mine again. I'm kind of getting bored of deep core mining, even though it's fun and they make a ton of money off of it. It's starting to get a little repetitive. As far as like me going out and just making money. Now, I'm making money so I can actually go out and do the actual explorations, you know? But that isn't my end-all be-all of this game, you know? I kind of like mixing it up. Sometimes I fight, sometimes I mine, sometimes I do exploration. Actually, most all the time I explore. The mining, the fighting, and all that other stuff is kind of in between. But this is something that I've been kind of doing a lot more of on this playthrough. This will give me 20 probes. We'll probably do this in about 15. Let's do one there. Do one there. Do one there. Do one there. Should give me 50%, I think.
Surface scanned by 50%.
This is going to be a pain in the butt. Let's see, I got 9 more probes, or 11 more probes I can use. We'll slam. You don't have to, these big gas giants, you don't have to hit every single spot on them. I think basically if all of the areas are kind of connected, like this, I'm just going to shoot one, I think, here. And that would be enough. And you'll see what I'm talking about here, because I won't... Oh, that was a bad spot. Ah, it's close enough. Shit, you know, I might have to throw another one here. I want to be really careful, though, because I don't want to overload on probes. I want to get that... I'm still trying to get that efficiency bonus. That's, you actually get a lot. It's a pretty decent sized bonus. Like I said, I want to say it's somewhere around like $500,000 to maybe even $1 million. I can't remember what it is. Let's not hit that one yet. Let's try to fly around to the other side. And see what spot we missed on the other side here. This is the one thing I like about this ship over the Anaconda, is I get this view here where I can fly and just... This is one of those games where you kind of have to use all of the controls. I know it's kind of daunting because there are a lot of controls to the ship. There are a lot of functions to the ship. Like flight control on and off. I mean, just flight control itself is I know, a mystery for a lot of people. But once you figure out how to fly with it off, it's a world of a difference. We'll get into some fights. We'll see if we can find some spots where we can get into some battles, and I'll show you what I'm talking about with flight assist off. The ship's just way more maneuverable with it off. Like, definitely if you want to get into, like, fighting other ships, it really would be to your advantage to, it really is going to be your advantage to learn how to fly your ship without flight assist. This might do it. 83%. Yeah, this will be enough. 100%.
Surface scan complete.
Nice. And I got my efficiency bonus. Dope. All right, let's do a landing. Let's land on that one planet they said we're gonna land on. That one little moon. Where are you, moon? There was one. No volcanism. No volcanism. Silicate. Zirconium's 2.2%. Tungsten and techno. I think that was the planet that we wanted to land on. So again, I'm only looking for the most rare minerals. Because those ones are the ones that trade for really high. Antimony is the one that is really the one I'm looking for, because that one exchange is pretty high up. I thought one of these had an antimony. Oh well, zirconium works as well. But it trades really high with the materials traders. There's also another. There's a difference between supercruise and hyperspace, and I'm not sure if anyone that has started the game off knows that. But what I'm in right now is supercruise, which allows me to do fast travel between planets in a solar system, and then there's hyperspace, which will allow me, or frameshift drive, which allows me to jump between systems. Now, I don't know if you guys have gone through your button configurations yet. I don't know if any of you have wondered why you would want a separate command to engage frameshift drive or supercruise, but they both come in incredibly handy, especially if you're doing planetary landings, or if you fly too close to a star and you want to escape it without burning up your ship too bad. Having a separate supercruise button combination is and it for some reason isn't already programmed into your. Like, I had to program it into my controller setup. Let's see, it's under flight miscellaneous, I think. Yeah, so I had to program it in myself, but for me it's triangle and down is supercruise. I don't actually think this is actually even assigned. I think you just have toggle frameshift drive. You don't have supercruise. Which is weird. But you should assign a supercruise button combination, because it will help you traverse, solar systems and stuff a lot easier than having to go from, straight into frameshift drive. Another flight control that should be programmed in, but they don't, for some unknown reason, program it in from the get-go is where is it? Toggle flight assist, no. Toggle orbit, no. It's where are you? Is it alternate? No, it's not alternate flight controls. I think it's targeting. Okay, yeah, it's cycle next subsystem. Or target next system en route. This is super handy, especially if you do a lot of explorations and jumping in between planets, and then say you're on a predetermined route already. So like I'm on a route, right? I'm on this route that's going to be 4 jumps to HIP 2082, right? But right now I've got my target set to this planet that we're going to land on. Now, in order for me to get back to that predetermined, to get back to this, this route that I was already on, all I have to do is hit circle and triangle at the same time, and now I can go straight to that, rather than having to go back into Galaxy Map, and otherwise you're going into navigation, going to Galaxy Map, then going to whatever having to type in whatever system you're going back into, and it just makes things a lot easier. If you're on, you're like me and you want to explore solar systems, target next next system in, what was it? Target next system on course or whatever. What was it called? Target yeah, target next system en route is clutch, because it saves you a lot of time of having to go back into the Galaxy Map and having to find where it was that you were going to. Because that'll happen once you get, when you're doing exploration, if you do like that, then you lose what course you were on, because it'll automatically target you to whatever it is that you just selected the target to go to. I don't know if that makes any sense. It will when we leave this planet. So I'm going to go to this planet. We're going to check out some of the geological... I don't know if we're going to land here, but we're going to check out some of the geological features this has. In order to look at those, you're going to have to scan. We're going to have to scan this moon as well. The features that you find on those scans with the FSS don't show up unless you do a detailed surface scan. So you need to be equipped with a detailed surface scanner. You're gonna fly right by, aren't you? That's fine. I wanted to take you by the poles anyway. Exploration will help you on trying to navigate through within a solar system. And will also help you with planetary approaches, so you don't fly by them like I just did. So we're gonna do. We're gonna do a scan of this planet. Was it this planet or this planet? It was this planet. This moon. This is a tiny little guy. It's a wee little moon. Ooh, 2 probes. We're gonna have to be really economical. Hopefully we can get with 1.
Surface scanned by 50%. Surface scan complete.
Alright, sweet. So now all of the geological spots have shown up on this little planet. So let's check out geological signal number 21. And if you do stuff like this, this will help you learn how to approach your planets. It takes a while. You gotta remember that with the distance that it's showing you, it's not only horizontal distance, but it's also vertical distance. But you don't want to approach these guys too fast. You want to get this... See how the planet is now coming into view here in the scanner down there? We want to get into orbital. And then once you get into your glide here...
Flight assist off.
I usually do the glide with flight assist off. You get in the pipe here. You kind of just ride it out. Don't worry, it'll, as long as you stay in the glide, it'll stop you fairly close. It'll drop you out fairly close to your spot where you're going to go. See? Dropped me within 7 kilometers. It's pretty close. I'm going to do my planetary approach as much as I can with flight assist off. It's because I got a little bit more maneuverability out of this ship. But once I get to a certain point, usually like right here, I'll put flight assist back on. Give myself some upwards thrust. And then slow the ship down to a crawl. And then... Looks like we've got some stuff here. There's my detailed surface scanner. Did I not assign? Oh, I guess I didn't. Shame on me. Well, we can always put it on this one. Let's see, that is... is my detailed surface scanner. Or my composition scanner, I'm sorry. Your ship should have composition scanner. A composition scanner in it. Regardless of whether or not it comes with one of your scanner suites. I think it comes with your sensor suite. But what that does is it allows you to go up to these little geyser guys, or whatever it is that you're trying to study. As long as you can get your reticule right on it. It's kind of a pain in the butt. Trying to get my reticule right on this little guy. There it is. These are kind of a pain in the ass. The trick to this is you just keep your trigger finger. Ooh, look. Ooh, I've never. Ooh, that's good times. I haven't discovered one of those yet. Awesome. Here that I can study here. What is this? Is that a geyser? This looks kind of rough. Let's see if we can land here somewhere. if any of you guys have had any problems landing on planets, the trick to that is getting yourself close enough to a spot that's sort of flat.
Landing gear deployed.
Slow yourself down. And the real trick is it's not gonna let me land anywhere around here. Look at the ship. Is evening your ship out enough that it'll let you land. No, it's not gonna let me land here. This is pretty uneven territory here. The crate is so much more responsive than the Anaconda. It is a smaller ship. Let's see if it'll let me land here. So I'm going to land anywhere around here. Here. Let me land here anywhere. No. Oh. There was a spot here where it was going to let me land. There it is. And when you see the two caret arrows up, that means your ship is at level. Once you get your ship level, it'll let you land. See that my ship is blue now? All I gotta do is hit down, you just hold down, and it'll let you land. Let's jump out my scarab and gather some stuff. So it's the stuff us you got.
Low gravity warning.
Now, whether or not you're gathering stuff for engineering or not, still, you should be collecting all of this junk that you need to gather for engineering and stuff anyway, because I'm not sure if any of you guys have ever noticed, but if you go over to inventory and you go down to synthesis, with all the stuff that you gather, like minerals and wave, actually no, I think it's just minerals and manufactured stuff, you can do all kinds of cool stuff to your ship and to your SRV. Like for your SRV, if I want to restock my ammo, then I need to have sulfur and phosphorus. Basic, I guess I get more damage with the standard restock, and then premium gives me plus 30% damage, but then it, requires technetium, molybdenum, selenium, and phosphorus. I don't know when you're going to ever need that with the SRV, but I don't know. SRV repair is what I'm more kind of concerned with. Which requires iron and nickel. And SRV refuel as well. Because if you're on a long trip, the only way your SRV refuels and repairs is if when you dock into a space station and you restock and refuel there. And repair, I think. It repairs your SRV and refuels your SRV. Otherwise, your SRV does not refuel. So, this is the other way that you refuel your SRVs, using sulfur and phosphorus, or sulfur, phosphorus, arsenic or mercury. But I wouldn't do anything other than basic with SRV refuel, and then repair is the same thing. These are all grayed out because I'm not inside my ship, but these are things I can do with my ship. The one thing that is really I wish I had known beforehand was that life support. You can actually add more life support to your ship. If you get your cockpit blown out, which happens if you're going to get into a lot of fighting, the likelihood that your cockpit's going to get blown out is pretty high. And if you have, like me, a really low life support, I only have 5 minutes of life support, you can actually add more life support to your ship if you start running out of oxygen, so that you can make it to a port and repair. And that requires iron and nickel. But that's like a lifesaver. It's literally a lifesaver. So if you're flying around and you're in a big fight and you're 15 minutes away from the next closest spaceport to repair at, and you get your cockpit blown out, and you only have a crappy life support system like I do, which only gives you 5 minutes worth of life support, this is the lifesaver. But then you can generate heat sinks, chaff, limpets. Another thing is super dope is seismic charge munitions. So if you're out doing a really long mining run and you don't want to leave, to refuel your seismic charges or your limpets, you can produce those on your ship on site with by gathering stuff like what does it require? Seismic charges requires you to have iron, nickel, sulfur, phosphorus, and mercury. And limpets requires you to have iron and nickel, which you can get off of what we're about to do, which is drive around and gather up minerals. Yo, what's up, club? You got a new laptop? What type of laptop did you get? So I'm just gonna drive around and blow this stuff up. Very nice. You should start doing your streams off your Chromebook. Get yourself a little cheapy $50 Chinese capture card. That's what I did.
Cargo scoop deployed.
Come back, Phosphorus. Let's see, what else? There's one right here. There you go. Yeah, this stuff. This is the good stuff. Actually driving around and mining all this stuff up. Come on, come loose. Pecuscable. Pisiuscable, however you pronounce that. You You should be able to do it on a Chromebook. Just as long as you're not saving to the Chromebook. You're not gonna let me shoot you? I guess not, huh? Every now and then you run into one of these little bastards that doesn't want to come out. Alright, well, whatever. No, I should be able to use a Chromebook for that. It should have enough power to run it, at least. OBX doesn't use a whole heck of a lot of resources. Just as long as you're not running a whole bunch of other programs in the background, you should be fine. This planet's got some weird gravity. It's not quite gravity. Not quite 1G. Lots of hits here. Yeah, just as long as you don't save your streams to your laptop, you should be fine. What type of processor does it have? And how much RAM? Ooh, technetium. That's a big dollar. That's a big dollar, that's a big dollar, what's he use it? Mineral. At least in the terms of trading. If you look into your, if you go under system settings, I think it'll tell you. It'll tell you what type of processor you have. Where'd that damn piece of thing go? Tungsten. Each one of these big old chunks that I'm shooting off, I think represents like 3 of each. So it just got 3 tungsten, even though it was just one big chunk. So each one of these rocks that I pick up, I'm actually getting 3 of whatever it is that it says that I'm getting. I think it's 3. Pretty sure it's 3. Yeah, I think, Kleb, if you go under, I'm trying to figure out that on my own. What, you're running Windows on that, right? Yeah, if you go to like settings and system, and go all the way down to about. It'll tell you. Yeah. Oh, it's not on Windows. Are you on Android? Oh, okay. In that case, where does Android put it? Android puts it kind of in the same spot, though. Pretty sure Android puts it like kind of in the same area. There should be like a system or like about this computer or something like that. And I never actually looked at my Galaxies to see whether or not it told me what type of processor I have. Because I've only used Android. I've never used iOS. Except for on a MacBook. Because I do have a MacBook as well as a PC. Or my laptop, my PC laptop. What year is your Chromebook? If it was made in the last 5 years, it probably has an i7 or something like it in it. I like catching these things like in midair. Germanium. I'm not gonna go too deep into this. I don't want to deter too much away from little trip that we're taking. Just wanted to take a sample of what the system had to offer. You know, we'll gather these last 3 pieces because they're on the way to the ship, and then we'll be off. Huh. Yeah, you know, I don't know. I've never really dealt with any of those Chromebooks before, so I would imagine it would have enough power to run at least OBS. Do you have USB ports on it, right? Oh, zirconium. That's what we came for. Yeah, but if you're looking for minerals and stuff, these geological spots are kind of where you want to go. I mean, you can go to planets that don't have geological spots, it just takes a lot longer to find the minerals. Your best bet's just going to, you know, a planet with geological signals, some sort of volcanism. And like if you look at my scanner here, like I could sit here probably for the next 20 or 30 minutes gathering up all the stuff that's out here. Or maybe not. Maybe I gathered all of it up. At least in this one spot. This planet had quite a few different spots I could have gone in. But I think we're just going to hit this one. Yeah, it looks like it cleared out most of the rocks that were in this one area. But all the whites, you know, all the white blocks or blocks that you can pick up and exploit. See that white block there on my radar? That's something I can go up and shoot and collect. But we've got a bunch of that stuff. This is more in this for the sake of exploration.
Landing gear retracted. Flight assist off.
You also go faster in flight assist. So this is a reason why you would want another suit. So I'm going to go into super cruise here, just so I can escape the planet's gravitational pull.
4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
And we'll go ahead and bring up. Ooh, yeah, looks like I think we already have. Is there our next system? Yep. Our next system is already highlighted for the jump. So we're going to wait to get out of the planetary, the grasp of the planetary hold here. It's going to be tough because we're kind of stuck between two planets here. There we go. Finally have cleared the planet. Fall back into the planet. It looks like our jump point is... We're still in the planetary plane here. Check it out. Got about a 90-degree angle here to the planet. Let's continue our climb up. Planets behind us.
Frameshift drive charging.
And jump into HIP 23243. Make it 24 points. If I probably stripped the ship of its guns, I could probably get a good 30 some odd light years out of this ship. I am carrying some stuff in here that I don't know, I probably shouldn't be carrying. I did downgrade my armor to lightweight armor, and I downgraded my what's it called?
Fuel scoop disengaged.
I could have very well gotten the 5A hull reinforcement for the ship, but I went for a 3 instead because it was smaller and took less mass. That's why I can get relatively the same jump range out of this ship as I can get out of my Anaconda, which technically should be able to jump further. Is that I went lightweight with my armor when I did the modification. Huh. So you got a Google processor. Or a TM processor? Or it's a Pentium, okay. Maybe then you might not be able to stream with that thing then. But I mean, that's still pretty cool that you got a new laptop. At least you can now cruise the internet on your laptop. That's pretty cool. Not to mention it was free if it was given to you. So that's pretty cool too. What planet is that? Well, look at the sticker on the bottom of it. Is there a sticker on the bottom? It should tell you what... Usually there's a sticker on the computer somewhere that tells you what's in it. Or at least its identification. A water giant. Ooh, that's new. I have to scan that bad boy. We haven't even gotten that far. We've already got some big money scans here. Looks like this system might also have... We've never seen a water giant before. This will be my first ever water giant. I don't think I've ever seen that in the game before at all. There's rocket body. What do you got? Arsenic. Molybdenum. Ooh, we might actually want to hit that planet. It's got 1% antimony. That's big money. We might want to hit that little moon. Do you have antimony too? Ooh, that's got an iron magma volcano. I don't think we've seen any of those yet either. You might want to hit that planet. What do you got for me, Rocky Body? Another iron magma planet. I don't think I'm gonna stop, actually land on the planet, but I do want to check out one of these iron magma volcanoes. What was that one planet that we were interested in? Was it this one? It was this one. Yeah, it was this one. No, I want to check out I want to check out those iron magma planets. I've not yet seen an iron magma volcano yet. At least I don't think I've logged one yet. Have I? I guess I have to jump out of this mode. I don't want to. Just yet. I'm going to finish off this planetary scan first. This water planet. We have a water or ammonia planet here somewhere. It's on a crappy moon. Probably another crappy moon. Another crappy moon. Giant. And some moon. Well, how about that? There's a planet with rings that has a moon that also has rings. I wonder if that's interesting. You would think the planet would have tore whatever was in orbit of the moon away from the planet, from the moon. Guess not. Maybe it has just enough mass. Or maybe the moon has more mass than its actual, partner. Well, I guess it was a gas giant, wasn't it? So maybe it's... Ooh, that's an interesting looking planet. Silicon vapor geyser yet? Not sure if I've done a silicon geyser yet. That'd be interesting if you had a gas giant and a heavy metal moon. And the moon actually weighed more than that gas giant. That'd be crazy. Or had more mass than the gas giant. That's probably more accurate of a description. Just 3 planets. Where are you? Where are you hiding, 3 planets? Oh, this is our weird planet. Wherever you are.
Complete.
There you are. Bingo. I don't think we've ever seen a gas water planet before. Yeah, this will be the first one. A water giant planet. I've never run into one of those before Interesting. Interesting. Let's see. Helium-rich gas giant and helium gas giant. These are the only three that I have not run into yet. Interesting. Okay. What? Geyser, ice geyser, lava spout. Ooh. I haven't run into any of these yet. Interesting. Ice fumarole I haven't run into yet. Huh, interesting. Okay. Let's roll off to this water giant, which we've never seen before. Does this system have 3 suns in it? A water giant, man. That's a weird planet. That'd be a weird planet to grow up to live on. A water giant planet would be a very strange planet to live on, I would think. Methinks. Good Lord. Slow roll. So I'm blow it by the planet. We should pull up here pretty quickly. Let's see how many probes I get for this. There's a water giant. bet I'm not the first person to find this planet. 12 probes. See if we can do it in half that.
Surface scanned by 50%.
Alright. Once again, using the motion control to line myself up with the planet. Come out like this. This might be enough to do the whole planet. We're at 69%. That'll probably give me 80 some odd percent. This not the one should give us the 100. Maybe not. Damn it. Probably need to fill in this little big gap right here. There you go.
Surface scan complete.
Very nice. I want to take a look at this planet. Although I'm not going to be able to look at it now because it's now blue. I just shot it with a bunch of... yeah, it kind of sucks. I wish I could look at the planet now that I've scanned it. I can't see it because it's blue now, which kind of blows. I mean, there's not much to see. It's a big brown planet. Still would be kind of cool to look at it. Oh well.
Frameshift drive charging.
On to the next system.
Frameshift drive charging.
Let's see what this system has to offer. Fuel, which is a good thing.
Fuel scooping. Fuel scooping complete.
Now, the closer I get to this nebula, the more red stars I'm going to run into. It is a nebula, so the stars that are going to be in the nebula are going to be much younger. Which is cool because it's accurate. That's what you would find in a nebula is younger stars, because that's the birthplace of where stars are born. But it is not what we want as explorers, because that means we have very few opportunities to fuel scoop the closer we get to the nebula. So we're going to have to do some really advanced maneuvering to get out there. And worst comes to worst, I can call the fuel rats and them come out and refuel me, but I'm trying to be a good explorer here. I'm actually kind of practicing for the big trip across the galaxy when I finally take it, which I'll probably do in the Anaconda.
System scan complete.
Try to make my way all the way out to the abyss on the other side of the galaxy. Or I might do it in. I might do it in a Diamondback Explorer. I haven't figured that out yet. I might buy a Diamondback Explorer just to do the exploration, to do the trek across the galaxy.
4, 3, 2,
1. Should I create a Diamondback Explorer completely stripped down?
System scan complete. Fuel scooping complete.
Dual core just means it has two
Frameshift drive
two
charging.
cores. Two, like, chips, right? They're on one main processor board, but it actually has two little processors on it. That's what dual core means.
Ready to engage. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Like, my i7's a quad core, which means it has 4 core chips on it.
Fuel scooping.
When did you get it?
Scan complete.
Did you get it today?
Fuel scooping complete.
Let's come to a stop here. And let's look at where we are. So we're now in. If we hit this campus, where's our? Oh, you got last month? No, you never told me that you got a new Chromebook. That's pretty dope, man. It's Saga. We don't want to go towards Saga. We want to go down toward the Witch Head Nebula. No, it's pretty dope. That's going to help with schoolwork. Alright, this is going to suck. This is when we're going to start running into all these these red stars. We still have not even gotten close to where okay, I see what you're doing. So, how much further down can I go? Can we make it to this star, for example? It's 2 jumps.
Frameshift drive charging.
Acer makes a good computer. Acer, man, I haven't heard of Acer. I haven't thought of Acer in a long time. They make a pretty alright computer. I have never used one of their Acer laptops, though. I actually really like the Lenovo laptops. Ooh. Something tells me there aren't going to be too many life-giving planets out here, since most of these stars are red dwarfs or younger stars. I'm not sure if they're all red dwarfs. Red dwarf would kind of insinuate that it is a star that was once big at one point in time and is now small. But imagine if these stars came from the nebula that we're going toward, that they would be relatively younger stars.
System scan complete.
Alright, what else does the system have to offer? Let's go back to points of interest. No points of interest, huh? Not even a nav beacon. Do you have a nav beacon here? Nope, just one unidentified signal source. Oh, that's strange. That's odd. Have only one. What is it? I wonder if it's an alien. I know there's alien activity in this region. Degraded emissions. Somewhere in the Sanufi.
Frameshift drive.
Ooh, that's a big screen. Actually, no way. I've got a pretty big screen on this one. Which one's the small screen? My MacBook's on the small screen. I think my MacBook's only got a 13-inch screen. But I really don't need this. I didn't need either one of them to have a big screen because I've got a huge 42-inch ultra-wide monitor. So both of them are hooked up to it. So.
Fuel scooping.
22 bodies.
Fuel scooping complete.
You guys have a nav beacon? Ooh, it's touchscreen. That's fancy. That's one of them fancy screens.
Cannot comply.
Let's try it. See any moons. Does the touchscreen work for the internets too? Does it have a touchscreen instead of a touchpad for the mouse? That'd be kind of weird. Strange. That's a big planet. That's pretty dope. That's a pretty cool computer, man. Like I said, especially if you got it for free. Oh. Scan that planet. So it's basically like having a big phone, What were we talking about this? You just getting a Chromebook of some sort? Wow. There's a bunch of planets in a row. That one. That one. That one. Wow, this planet's got a ton of moons. That's a hell of a stacked up system right there. Holy smokes.
System scan complete.
Wow, that's a mess. Alright. Lots of gas giants with ammonia-based life in this game. I hate scanning these huge gas giants. You can usually do it with the efficiency bonus, but it's still kind of a pain in the butt. Still kind of a pain in the butt to do. Usually I can do it with 15 or so probes. most of these call for like 22 probes or something like that. 20 probes. Let's try to approach it from its pole. So I get a clean shot at the rings, and then I also get a clean shot at the planet. The less moving and the further away that you are, the better. At least in my experience. Whatever you do, you don't want to be right next to the planet. It's always so much harder when you're really close to the planet. Luckily, this ring is wide enough that I'll be able to. I should be able to hit everything. No problem here. Let's hit the ring first. We'll hit the pole. Do one there. 19 probes.
Complete.
I'm gonna have to probably put a couple probes in between those probes. We'll definitely have to put one there. Put one there. Put one there. Put one there.
Surface scanned by 50%.
Hit this inner ring because I am a completionist. Ah, that's gonna miss it. Damn it. Just gonna hit this with that. Please hit that middle ring. There we go.
Surface scan complete.
Hopefully we can get out far enough so we can hit this. That'd be nice if we hit all 25%. There's probably one spot on this side I'm missing. Yeah, there's a big gap right there. Yeah, it's a huge gap. That should be enough to get it, I think. Boom. Not enough. Bastard. Still missing like 20% somewhere. What if I keep on hitting this area here? That will get me close enough. It's only 13% that I need anyway. Still just sizable 10% chunk. I'm thinking it's on the other side. Something to do with this area here. See if I can connect this a little bit better for the fan. That's a pretty big swath of area there. It looks like over there. There you go.
Surface scan complete.
With the efficiency target bonus. Gets you every time. Oh, weird. Oh, wait a minute. That's right. Oh, you know, we need to get some bromolite at some point. Did I already do that? No, I didn't. That's right. Do some galaxy mapping. Alright, so we are headed not towards Sag. Not toward the California nebula. We're headed toward that nebula there. So maybe we can start making our way this way. Can you make it all the way over here? Let me highlight you. Almost had it. There. Oh. There we go. Oh, you bastard. There we go. that's only 5 jumps away.
Frameshift drive charging. Ready to engage. 4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
That's...
Fuel scooping. Fuel scooping complete.
Don't want to be lackadaisical about our fuel scooping. Normally we let it just fly if I don't get a whole tank worth of fuel. But not on this trip. This trip we're going to be very, very frugal and very, very conscientious about picking up fuel. Ooh, no one's mapped these planets yet. I wonder if I go out and map them. These have all been discovered before, but they've never been mapped before. Yeah, someone's discovered this. No one's mapped it yet. Maybe I should take it upon myself to map the system, huh? Huh.
System scan complete.
That means we're finally getting into areas where that are relatively unexplored. The system has not been mapped yet, or at least the planets haven't been mapped yet. I mean, they're all small planets. You know what? Let's map the system. Why not? Let's go down the line. Holy smokes, this first planet's super far away. Wow. Wow. You know what? Maybe we'll end the stream for the day. I normally run pretty long, but my throat still is kind of bothering me. And it's going to take a while for me to get to this star anyway. So, I think I might go ahead and end the stream. and continue my little journey here. But tomorrow we'll do. I want to continue on into the Orion Nebula. So if I get to the Witch's Head Nebula, maybe I'll stop there. So you can take you guys along. I want to take you guys along to one of the nebulas at some point. Just I don't want to overstrain my voice too much, as I'm still recovering a little bit from last week. Wow, this is gonna be a long trip. To map all these, to map all these planets. Oh, look, we're considered to be in deep space now at this point. I don't know if we are outside of the bubble. Are we outside of the bubble? I think this might be outside of the bubble at this point, where we are. That seems like it's pretty far outside of the bubble. Yeah, we are outside of the bubble. We are pretty far outside of the bubble at this point. Bubble is this area here, obviously. That's where most people are going to play the game, is in this little area. We are currently here, well outside of the bubble at this point. This is my first trip outside of the bubble. And I am trying to get to here, the Witch Head Nebula. And eventually I want to make it all the way out to Orion here, and the Horsehead Nebula and Bernard's Loop. I'd like to make it all the way down to those nebulas down there. I just don't know where that is. We're not even to that layer yet, so... quite a ways to go. Quite a ways to go here. Let's see here. So you're looking at the galaxy map. We still have a long way to make it to those system planets there. Yeah, we've got a pretty good trip ahead of us here. I mean, we're not even... We're just here. This will end us there. And we still need to travel all the way down. Oh my gosh. Why isn't it showing me stars? We still got a good chunk. we still got a good chunk of system to go through here. Oh man. Yeah, that's gonna be. If I want to go all the way down to here, it's gonna take a while. Yeah, I'd like to get into the Horsehead, the Running Man Nebula, and the Orion Nebula. Is where I eventually want to end up. But we're having to piecemeal all this whole trip together because, like I said, when you're approaching, when you're getting into the nebulas, you're going to run into more red dwarfs and stars that you can't fuel off of. So I'm going to have to manually kind of plot my course according according to what planets or what stars I can fuel off of. Of course, I was dumb and I didn't increase the size of my gas tank or anything. Nor did I bring any fuel limpets with me. But... well, the fuel limpets really wouldn't help me, but... another gas tank probably would have helped me, but... I never said I was smart. I know how to play the game, I never said I was smart. Yeah, that probably would have been a better move, was to probably put another gas tank in the ship. Well, what fun would that be, you know? This makes the whole journey even more exciting. The inevitability of me probably running out of gas at some point. I mean, I can fuel. Like I said, I can fuel at stars and stuff, but like I said, the deeper we get into these nebula areas, the harder it's going to be to fuel up. Because like I said, either they're going to be filled with stars that are very old or very new, but not stars that are like main sequence yellow stars, which is what we can fuel off of. Hopefully the scan of the system. Now, this will be the first system that I think I'm running into that I'm going to be the first for something. Because I'll be the first person to ever map any of these planets out. Someone's gone through and done the discovery, but no one's come out here and mapped the stars out yet, or mapped the planets out yet. So now it becomes real. Now I have to make it back to somewhere so I can turn in the information so I can get credit for it. The worst would be is that if I do run out of gas, then I lose all the information that I gain on this trip, which would really suck. That's why I'm kind of trying to be extra cautious about, you know, running out of gas and making sure that, you know, I have enough fuel. I'm not going to try not to get into too many tiffs with people. I'm trying not to get into too many fights on the way out. If we do run into some star bases, then we'll see what type of action is going on around there, but I don't want to be, you know, kind of poking my nose in areas where it shouldn't be poking it. Though, we're so far out of the bubble at this point, I don't know if we'll run into any pirates or anything out here. Who knows? What is that? What are we passing there? Is that the first body? I mean, that looks closer. That's its moon, probably. This must be its moon. Oh, it's a brown dwarf star. Oh, okay. What were we going after that one? Wow, that's a really tiny star, man. See what I mean? That's... wow. That's a really tiny... this is a really tiny system. An Air Force boom operator? No, that's a different type of boom operator, Cliff. My boom doesn't spat out fuel. My boom sucks up sound. It doesn't spat out fuel. Ooh, very nice. When you just got a new PC, Chris? What type of PC did you get? Or did you build one? It'll be quite some time before I get on a new PC. Very nice, man. What did you build? An AMD machine, I would imagine. I miss PC gaming. What did you do for processor and
Surface scanned by 50%.
and for GPU? Nice. What did you do for CPU? AMD Ryzen? That's what all the kids are doing these days. The old AMD Ryzen series chip. No, your CPU. Oh, you went with an i5? Well, that's good, because the i5s are probably pretty cheap at this point. The i5's a decent chip. i5, i7s are still probably going for pretty expensive. Yeah, you're not gonna... Yeah, i5's still a pretty decent chip. And honestly, I mean... You know, I know that we've gone through like 4 different NVIDIA cards in the past
Surface scan complete.
3 years. You know, I was still running a 980 GTX before my computer met its demise. And that was still fast enough to run most games at Ultra. I was running this game at Ultra. I ran this game at Ultra, and this is on a crappy Intel. Dude, my last computer was is a Dell desktop. You know, I normally build my computer, but I just was really lazy. And I kind of wanted to prove a point that I didn't have to build a computer. Like, I could just buy a Dell and it'd be alright, just as long as I wiped it out. And it was. It's a Dell XPS, like 470. Dude, I've had that computer now for almost 20 years. And it still runs fine. It doesn't run fast, but it still does what it needs to do. It still computes. You know, I was able to just barely run City Skylines. At least my game of City Skylines. It ran this just fine. This game, it ran perfect. But then again, this game doesn't require a whole hell of a lot of horsepower. I mean, there are parts of it that look really, really nice, but I mean, you know, for the most part, this game doesn't require a whole heck of a lot of power. Yeah, I mean, all you have to do with something like a Dell or something, honestly, people are like, oh, Dells suck. They're a computer, man. They'll work. What really matters is getting a fresh copy of Windows on there and just wiping out whatever, you know, shipped with the computer. But if you're in a pinch, man, you can go buy like a Dell 470 or something, or, you know, some crap desktop. As long as you wipe out, you know, and do a clean install of the OS, you're fine. For the most part. You know, I think a lot of people overplay the whole importance of having, you know, the best of the best of the best of the best. As long as you're smart, you know, you're smart about setting up your computer, you should be fine. And I know we get a lot of flame for that. But, you know, in my experience with computers, sometimes the best of the best of the best is not the best of the best of the best. Sometimes it's just overkill. Like the people that put 32 gigs worth of RAM into a gaming computer always crack me up. I'm like, you don't need that much RAM. you barely need that much RAM for doing something like Premiere. The only people that really need that much RAM are people that are using like Avid, that are doing a lot of compositing. But most video games don't store the memory up in RAM, you know? They store it in the GPU. If they're going to store or log any kind of, you know, loggable memory. It's something like, you know, Ableton take up a lot of RAM. But something like, you know, this game, most video games don't take that much RAM. The only reason my computer had a problem running City Skylines is my CPU wasn't fast enough. Yeah, I mean, like I said, in a pinch, if you don't know anything about computers and you don't know how to set up a computer, you know, just as long as you buy something that's been built for you, and the most important thing is wiping out all the crap, you know, that the computer ships with, and going with like a fresh install of like a bare install of Windows 10 or Ubuntu or whatever the hell you're going to use, Linux, whatever operating system you're going to use, and not keep all the bloatware on the computer, you know, you're fine. It's usually the bloatware that, you know, ships with the computer that kills it. I mean, granted, my 470 or whatever the hell it is, I made some upgrades to it. I slammed in like a 1,000-watt power supply. I ended up slamming in the 980 in there. I jammed in a little bit more RAM in there, and that's about it. I wouldn't even do Windows 10 Pro. I would just do the Home Edition. Pro is great if you're going to do a bunch of security or do a lot of networking stuff. Like if you're running like a server farm or something, but most users don't need Pro. Or any of the options that come with Pro. That once again is another overkill item. Back in the day you needed, like with XP you definitely needed to use Pro, but nowadays, you know, Windows 10 Home is fine. You know, like I said, unless you're doing a lot of networking. Yeah, that bloatware sucks.
Surface scanned by 50%.
Yeah, all that crap they put on there, like Norton, whatever. It's just like my favorite's always the antivirus software, because antivirus software always makes your computer run way slower. You know, instead of making your system faster, quote unquote, it makes it super slow. And then, you know, people out there that just don't know anything, they'll stack Norton on top of, you know, this other one, on top of this other one, on top of this other one, thinking it's gonna give them extra protection.
Scan complete.
Which is never the case. It's never ever the case. One virus protection is one too many. I never run virus protection. What's already built into Windows actually isn't too bad, and plus the definitions update pretty regularly, so you know, I've got 2 firewalls installed in my setup, 2 or 3 firewalls installed in my setup, so I have no need for virus protection. People that need virus protection need to stop clicking on sites that people send them through emails. You know? Those are the only people that need virus protection, are people that click on everything that, you know, that the internet throws at them on the screen. Like, click on this sketchy site that will solve all your problems. Here's another sketchy site you should click on. Oh, by the way, here's a reminder that you need to install this. Those are the people that need virus protection. Warning! We just scanned your computer and you need to install this. Like, who trusts that? I always wonder whenever I run into one of those things, I'm just like, who actually, like, believes this? What? There are people out there that do. Like, oh my god, this website told me I need to install their program. And now my computer runs slow. Lies, people. They're all lies. Don't believe the hype. Don't believe the hype. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It usually isn't even anything that useful. If you're actually helping someone do something, then that would be kind of cool. But you're not doing it. Not even doing that. You're just inviting some malware into your computer. Malware and possibly another virus into your computer, so that you're forced to buy whatever product it is that they're trying to sell you. Gotta strategically throw this one in there, or I don't want to go over my limit. Hopefully that's the last one I need. Just 14%.
Surface scan complete.
Very nice. Sweet. I've never mapped a full system before. Never done a full system sweep like this before. It's actually kind of exciting. It's gonna be exciting knowing that someone's gonna come to the system and they're gonna find out that I was the one that mapped all these planets out for them. Now, it amazes me sometimes the people what people click on the internets. But then, you know, there are people that believe those people that call them from the IRS, you know. The people that believe the whole IRS is calling me scam, or, you know, the whole IRS call scam. That's like the oldest one in the book. IRS doesn't call you. You kidding me? IRS will never call you. Maybe it's because I'm a son of a CPA. And I know that the IRS never calls you. If they have something like they'll send you some sort of formal letter. Usually something that you have to sign for. But there's that whole thing where, you know, that you'll get that call from the people in the IRS that threaten to, like, oh, you owe us all this money, and if you don't pay us today and Walmart gift cards, you're gonna end up getting thrown in jail. No. Kidding me? The IRS has people manning phones doing that. That job's been automated. That job was automated years ago. They got far better things to waste their money on. Never trust anyone that says they're calling you from the IRS. I think I've heard of the IRS calling one. The IRS called my roommate once because they needed to verify his identity. Oh yeah? How you doing, Superior End? Yeah, the IRS called my roommate at one point in time because they had to verify. But he had been doing a whole bunch of. He had turned in a bunch of taxes all at once. Man, I even thought it was weird that the IRS had called him for that. I was just like, really? The IRS actually called you? I think a lot of us are burnt out on GT Sport right now, Superior. That's why I'm playing this game. I'm actually kind of not looking forward to the 22nd when we have to go back. Nah, that's not true. I want to go back to driving and racing at some point in time.
Surface scanned by 50%.
But I'm kind of enjoying doing this. I'm kind of enjoying not racing for a little bit. I've been alright. Yeah, I know, Superior. I've been playing this game for a long time, Callum. This is probably one of the. This is probably one of the games I've been playing the longest. You gotta remember, I didn't. This is a continuation from my PC account, so. Yeah, I saw that BOP update too. Yeah, I saw all that. What was it? Last week or something like that. Whenever I got my PS4 back up and running. Because my PS4 was down for a while there. PS4 was down for a good 3 days. 2 or 3 days. I'm kind of glad I wiped it out, though. It was making this weird noise, and now it's not making it again. It was making this weird... I don't know. Like I said, we lost power here a couple times. And I think I may have done something done something funky to my PS4. But ever since I did the reinitialization last week, it's actually been it's been working really smoothly. I was doing this weird, like, it would make this weird, like, error noise. It almost sounded like it would make this beep. And I never could figure out whether or not it was coming from my PC or my PS4, but I'm pretty sure it was coming from the PS4. But it's now not making it since I wiped out the memory and started over again. But I had to wipe out my whole hard drive last week and reinstall everything. No, it wasn't. It's my PS4 is pretty clean. It was something memory-wise that was going. It was something to do with. I don't know what it was, honestly. It sounded like it was glitching. There was like a physical sound of it glitching. But after I wiped out the hard drive, it's gone away. So. Luckily, I make regular backups of my system, so you know, I just made a backup of my system before I did the wipeout, so at least all of my settings and stuff saved. And that was easy enough to restore it. Just reinstalling all the games kind of took a long time. At least the games that I wanted on the machine took a while. But then this game was down for 2 or 3 days because I had to wait for Frontier, the developer, to get back to me. Or the publisher to get back to me. I was having problems with my actual account. So that took 2 or 3 days for them to get back to me and resolve my issue. Once again, if you play this game, make for damn sure that you copy down your Frontier identification number. Because if something ever does happen to your game and you don't have that number, chances are they won't be able to help you. But if you have your identification number, which is on the main page, the main menu page, then you're in good shape. Actually, I'll show you guys what number that is, what I'm talking about. Let's see if I can jump out here real quick. You want to make sure. What had happened was, and I'll go over it again. I was farming stuff for my engineer stuff, right? And when you do that, it requires you to continually jump out of your game into this screen and then jump back into your game. Do whatever it is that you're farming. Like, there's this one circle, there's one loop, racetrack loop you do at Dav's Loop, or Dav's Hope, to gather all the materials for the material end of doing the engineer upgrades to the ship. So what you do is you go to Dav's Hope, you do the circle, you get your data and your whatever, and then you stop. Then you jump out to this screen, hit continue, go back into solo play, and what it does is when it reboots you back into Dav's Hope, all of that stuff respawns, so you can go and pick it up again. And you can do this forever. You can do it for 2 or 3 hours, which is what I was doing. But what happened was, when you do that, when you're continually jumping in and out of the game, it takes some time, and it gets glitchy. So you kind of have to not do it super fast. But I was doing it pretty fast, and it ended up glitching out on me, and I ended up getting my SRV stuck to the point where I couldn't unstick it. So what happened was, I ended up self-destructing my SRV in the hopes that it would spawn me back into my ship. And it did, but then instead of spawning me back into my ship on the ground, it spawned me back in my ship in orbit, which meant, and then I tried to land again, and I could not land. It was saying that I didn't have Horizons installed, which I clearly had Elite Dangerous Horizons installed. And so I ended up trying uninstalling the game, reinstalling the game. That didn't work. And I went through a bunch of different processes. But then what I eventually did was I found a link on my Frontier account. When you start this game up on the PlayStation, you're asked to link your account from your PlayStation to Frontier. Well, if you go to your Frontier account on their website and you look under third-party links, there's an option to unlink your PlayStation account from your Frontier account. Whatever you do not ever unlink your PlayStation and Frontier account. Because when you do, what happens is that's telling Frontier that you no longer want to play your game, and it'll wipe out any save that you have. Right? And that's what I did. Not knowing that that's what it did. Until afterwards when I started reading some websites and they're like, don't unlink your PS4 and your Frontier account. So, since that happened, I thought I was screwed, but luckily I was able to go back to one of my streams to find out what my FID was. And now, what your FID is if you look on on the lower left-hand corner of the screen, it says Elite Dangerous Fleet Carriers Update Patch 9, and then right next to it says FID and then B3M5QF9. That's my Frontier identification number. You want to make for damn sure that you've got that somewhere other than on your PlayStation somewhere. Because if there is a point where you cannot reboot your game and you screwed your game up so much that you can't reboot and you don't have that number, there's nothing that the people at Frontier can do for you. As long as you have that number, they're able to do something for you. They were able to reboot me back into my game, which was like, thank God. You know? But that was just because I had my number. If I didn't have my number, I would probably still be. I would probably have had to start over again altogether. So that was a lesson learned. So, and it's just something that I also, back in the day when I was playing this game, that was something that was kind of something that you always, kind of kept track of, is your FID, because that's the way Frontier knows how to identify your account. Obviously. But it makes their life a lot easier, and it makes your life a lot easier when you're trying to recover your information for your account. Frontier is really fast too. They're really, really good.
Flight assist off.
It's some of the best customer service. They literally got back to me in 24 hours about my account, which was like amazing. It just took one email and oh man, crap. I was on this one, wasn't I? Yeah, I think I was on that one. It should have been the next one. Oh yeah, it's right there in front of me. Okay.
Frameshift drive charging. Ready to engage. 4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
Now I've got a thumb drive that I don't store the actual games on my backup. I only store my system profile, my settings profiles and stuff like that. I could care less about the games. The games are already on, the webs. So if I need to re-download the games, I just re-download them. But my system profiles and stuff is a whole different story. All my system settings and junk, that's a whole different story. Because I've made so many changes to my system settings for the PlayStation. That it would suck to have lost all of that. I make sure I back all of that. I don't care about the games.
Surface scanned by 50%.
Oh, you bastard. Where's that extra 14%? 18%. It's probably around here on the backside somewhere. Bingo.
Surface scan complete.
Alright. Let's hit its moon. Luckily all this stuff is pretty close. Pretty close proximity to each other. Granted, it took a little while to get out to this part of the system. Pretty cool. I will be credited as the first person to map any of these planets. What's kind of cool about this game was once you've staked your claim, then it's there forever. So whenever anyone else in the future comes across this system, they will know that I was the first one to map it. Super dope. Even though it was discovered by someone else. Demas didn't deem it important to map any of it. I don't know, maybe Demas was doing the same thing I was doing. Maybe he's on his way to the... Or maybe they were on their way to the Witchhead Nebula like I am. I'm hoping I can make it all the way out there. I'm really kind of... I don't think I'm going to be able to make it. I think I'm going to run out of stars to gas up at. I'm hoping there's a station. I've heard they had placed a station out there. I'm hoping that's true. Because we're gonna be screwed. If we get deep into this that's why I'm kind of plotting this whole course out by hand. Because I'm afraid that the computer, if I let the computer plot it, it's gonna stick me on a route that has no stars to fuel at. Which is kind of a drag. But I think when I do my trip across the galaxy, that's going to be the case. I think I'm going to have to probably do the same thing as plot the course myself, rather than trusting the nav computer to make the plot for me. I don't want to have to call the fuel rats. I know they're out there. And I know they're more than happy to come out and rescue me. But I don't want to have to go through the embarrassment of having to have explained to me, having to had the whole process of traveling through space safely being explained to me by the fuel rats. I'm glad they're out there, but I don't want to have to be lectured about the importance of knowing how much gas I have before I leave the system. I think I'm an adult. I should be able to understand when my ship is out of fuel and how to keep fuel in my ship, I would hope. We've got a long trip ahead of us. We're not even close. We're not even remotely close to the end. That's the end, the Witchhead Nebula. And we're there. I'm saying we're probably another 30 jumps away. Oh crap, did I just pass it? Pass it. Did we? No, we didn't. Did we pass it? Which planet am I going to? Oh shit. We're going to that planet. I wish it would tell me on the system map which planets I've already mapped. Does it tell me that? I don't think it does. Oh, too bad I can't land on that planet. like to see an ammonium volcano. Something tells me my next system might be the next system I go into might be, I might be the first person to actually discover the system. Like I said, we're getting to the point now where we're now seeing systems that have been maybe discovered but not been mapped yet. So I'm hoping that's the case. Usually doing 5.
Surface scanned by 50%.
Oh, come on. Why am I not hitting this with my wraparound shot? It's gonna be up.
Surface scan complete.
And we're getting the efficiency bonus on all of these, so we'll get a bonus for that. We'll get a bonus for being the first on the map. And one of these planets was one of these planets. No, all these are ice worlds. Ice world, ice world, ice world, ice world, Atmos. One of them had Atmos. No, none of them did. Ice world, ice world, ice world, ice world. Okay. I think once we finish scanning the system, I will end this. Nah, you know, I'm going to end the stream now, I think. Instead, my throat is now starting to kind of hurt, and I'm trying not to overstrain it. I'm trying to still kind of heal from last week, so I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to end the stream. I'll probably continue playing. I don't know how close I'll get to the nebula. I'll try not to hit it, because I kind of started this whole stream into the intentions of getting to the nebula. So I kind of feel crappy if I went to the nebula without you guys. So I'll try not to go all the way out there. But I want to get us kind of most of the way out there. And it's going to probably take me a while to get out there anyhow, so. But anyhow, I'm going to go ahead and end the stream. It's good to be back. You guys were an amazing part of my day. I'm hoping it was a good part of your day. And I'm going to tell you guys to stay healthy, stay happy, be awesome to each other, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Have a good night.